I'm asking so I can remember myself. Waning is when it's getting smaller, and waxing is when it's getting bigger.
Yes. That waning, I believe, does mean like something is lessening. So that would make sense. I could be wrong though. We are live. Okay. Welcome back to Hunter Killer. Today's episode, we have some conversations that need to be had. Let us start off first this Mika conversation. So, I don't know when this takes place exactly yet, but let's just say it's sometime post the first round of conversations with the ambassadors after having invited Lady Takara and her family to dinner. And so, following.
Didn't we have like two days of downtime? Couldn't have been during that.
Yeah, probably don't know. And so, Mika goes to sleep that night, getting some rest in for the extended weekend ahead to continue her research, fuck around, do as she pleases. In your slumber, again you feel nostalgia. You feel like a warm breeze, reminds you of home. You feel a cold breeze that reminds you of home. You feel the grass at your feet, smell of the cherry blossom trees, the smell of water. Take all these senses in. Feel your eyelids no longer as heavy as they were when you just laid down a moment ago. Almost like something is piercing in, some kind of light shining straight on your eyelids, straining you for a second as you open up and find yourself inside the Imperial Domain. Around you is the simple shrine, once occupied by Lady Amaterasu as she drank tea with you. Now empty. The tree lacking leaves. The statues that were once very proud, facing you with Buddhist symbology, also missing. It's just the stage of the shrine. The marbled stone that line up, entering up high into this mountaintop. As you look around you, clouds below you, standing in the heavens, looking down. Then you feel the shift. The winds moving around you, breeze picking up as your attention is brought behind you. You see the Lunar Emperor staring up, just head almost horizontal on his neck. It's almost a little creepy to look at him, just staring up at the moon above you. You see from the corner of his face a grin. Welcome once again to my domain.
He very probably turns and bows politely.
Still deferring respect. Lowers his head now to look at her. I heard some troubling news. There's to be a dreamer One who can foretell the fates. They're dreaming now, in fact. Takes another long, deep inhale in, almost basking still in his own majesty.
He's valid for that.
And now you're dreaming. Here, uninvited. I wonder, you two are connected. I'd also heard something very comical for you. If it meant following your heart, you would even forsake the gods.
Mika sits up straight and then very firmly says, "Hi." Yes.
Honesty. I like it. I also despise it. You see the grin turn to a frown, and laughter bubbles behind you, like someone was just snickering in your ear, but when you turn your head, there's nothing there. When you turn back, his grin is there again. But I do see your heart is steadier, no longer shaking or waning. Fuller. Or perhaps more empty. Who can really say? You change more than the phases of the moon. But I know you don't lie, not to the gods. As you've just proven. So, sate my curiosity. If you could be Avatar tomorrow, regain all your lost honor, all your past mistakes, cleaved for something greater, all you would have to trade is your first child. Would you make the sacrifice?
Mika does not expect him to say that, and her eyes like go wide a little bit, like, like what?
Glory, power, purpose, all at your fingertips. Easily, you could take those things away from your enemies. All it would take is a child you may never know, likely wouldn't ever know. A child who may never know you.
Mika like turns and like runs her hand over her face, like, uh, that was a very intense question she was not expecting. Uh, she seems to be contemplative. She covers her face. As she seems a little bit closer to finding a resolution, but is still weighing what that would mean for her. She lowers her hand from her face and balls it up into a fist. And her voice is a little strained as she says, I would if it meant giving my future children and the future of Japan a safer place.
Would this child not be the future of Japan as well? Heir
Yes, but
to the great Tokugawa dynasty.
if there is no Japan, I don't think that really matters now, does it?
How very nationalistic. Very unlike a Tokugawa.
Well, also, with our clan as weak as it is.
No need to defend yourself.
Yes.
My moon shines over this great world, but it shines brightest over the land where it praises me. What do I care for mortals who know nothing of my glorious splendor? You see the heavens above cackle more, and the stars line up around the moon, blinking and turning away. It was merely a curiosity. I know.
It's a very painful question.
Painful question. I did not know questions could be painful. Perhaps that is something for mortals. That you're here. I do believe I have a task for you. A quest.
Hi. What is that task?
Looks back up at the moon. Well, before I give you those, I must warn you. Unlike the Empress, who is judicious yet merciful, I have no need for it. Justice and mercy are tools to gain greater power. I have it all. I don't need a just outcome. And I don't need to be merciful. I want what I want. And I'd like for you to see that philosophy as well. Your uncle has already embraced it. It just so happens that the things he wants is your prosperity. If you take on these quests, you must complete them. You must succeed. You must press pursuing them. Certain nights. Fail to do so, you will see retribution for failing your lord. Who knows? Depending on just how egregious your offense is, I may not need to question if you can complete the task. I will find another. You will need to no longer worry about the future of Japan, or that of your children. Knowing this...
She tries not to.
Mhm.
She tries not to smile, like in a humorous way, as if she can't contemplate failing.
Knowing this, knowing the cost, failure of dishonor, are you still willing to take on quest or 4?
If you have a task to give me, I will accomplish it.
Confidence. Good. It would be quite amusing to see your confidence break. Don't disappoint me. The moon above. Here are my what's a bit of entertainment while I watch this world prepare itself for invasion. If you manage to succeed in completing my quests, perhaps you may turn the tide. Perhaps I may aid you in turning the tide. Shrugs. Or perhaps it will matter little, and the Dragon Clan will know why their name is so feared. Post the quests, as he speaks of them. Oh, sorry.
Where are these being posted?
Segundo. Just reading them, and I'm like, some of these have my notes, which are spoilers.
Oh, okay.
So I'm like cutting a few things. I'm like, oh, that's sorry, I should have filtered this.
Okay, take your time.
That's all right.
Oh, the stressful question.
Hmm.
I didn't like that.
During the first quarter moon. Oh, not during the first quarter moon, but daily. You must perform certain duties or be punished. Call it a bit of menial entertainment for myself. 100 sword swings, 100 curl-ups, 100 squats, 5-mile run. Drink 8 pints of blood from any creature, preferably human. Drink 1 ochoko of sake, and pray and meditate an hour at dusk. Every day. Without fail.
That shouldn't be too challenging.
You must make a jinjuriki. They must become one of my moon chosen. There is a certain blood moon sealing ritual which may aid you in this task. Mika is shown visions. She sees the symbol of the OSR, the radiant blades of virtue, with a Soviet star at the center, christening the Siberian Ritsar Grand Temple. You see it surrounded by snows, a tundra, no clouds breaking to even give you a hint at the sky. This place is obscured in a deep blizzard. Maybe a mountain, maybe underground, maybe underwater. You cannot make out anything beyond this wall of snow being blown about. The lycanthrope legions. You see men standing, shield to shield, spears and swords in hand, firearms stretching on top of their shields as they form lines. 20 men long lines, marching, marching, marching. They stop, lock their shields together, raise their shields high above their heads, and fire. The vision ends. You then see a spider crawling along a ceiling, crawls onto its web, and slowly it slinks itself down into the shoulder of a man you do recognize, Hiroshi. You see him sleeping softly, surrounded by 2 others, women. You vaguely remember them as his sisters. Hiroshi seems to be sleeping, dozing off in his seat while the other 2 are having some conversation. It's tranquil. Oddly, just normal. And the Spider Clan possess knowledge of this ritual. Divisions end. Mika once again sees the Imperial Domain. Find a creature and seal it into Tokugawa Yorika or Bayoshiaki. If they are not strong enough, they may die. He shrugs. I suppose timing will also be important. Or calculating a more resilient approach for your hosts. Every full moon you must pursue this task. Make progress, make strides. My patience grows thin. On a new moon, there are certain individuals that must be silenced. Though not all of them need be villains or monsters or heroes. Aritsa, you know them. A samurai, you are one. A Zaki lion. Ones you've already been acquainted with, I'm sure. A Bermuda agent. Because I love this little organization and their cunning. The lies they tell each other, they told you. Oh, I'd like to see which one you pick. An avatar. Not all gods are righteous. Not all gods are evil. A host of sin. What is said of the gods can be said equally of those we crush underneath our boot like ants. Not all ants deserve death. All the same. If they crawl upon your leg, if they sting, if they litter your food where you sleep and lay your head, would you not crush them? A Templar. You know already of a room full of them. I'm sure one of them may catch your eye, or two. And a Foundation agent. He says nothing for that last bit, just looks at you. Every new moon, pursue this task. Entertain me. Put on a good show. Of course, do try not to get yourself killed in the process. Lastly, I want you to gain the respect of the 7 samurai masters from the great clans. You've proven you know how to weave your way into the bed of others. You know, you've weaved your way into the embrace of others. This should be no more difficult task than the Kinesis Knight, Catherine Inga. He shrugs. Or perhaps you will find it much more daunting to try and gain the respect of those who will never look at you with lust in their eyes. Perhaps a new tool may be sharpened for this quest. Or perhaps an old tool used more cunningly. You understand your tasks.
Need these targets be individuals, or can someone occupy multiple?
They may occupy multiple, but I still need 8 of them, all the same.
Okay. She rubs the back of her head and shakes her head. I will accomplish it.
I look forward to it. I shall impart a new guideline for you to comport yourself. I grow tired of seeing you flop around, decision to decision, vice to vice, virtue to virtue. I will make it very clear how it is that one who covets my avatar's position should comport themselves. My Bushidos. All samurai A samurai is compassionate to their lessers, for the moon's light welcomes all who revere it. Those who revere you are yours, and a samurai protects what is theirs. A samurai must also have courage. Samurai must not be afraid to gain true power by any means necessary. There is courtesies, of course, etiquette. Samurai must give courtesy only to those who respect them. Disrespect must be met with swift and equal action. Duty and loyalty. Samurai must follow the most powerful leader, Tsukuyomi, for those I have deemed to have great honor. You know of one. It's why I sent you to her. You know of another. It's why he gave you his blade. There will be more. Honesty and justice. Fickle things, truly, but a samurai must not be dishonest with his own appetites, such as vengeance or anger. Justice is defined by strength. Violence is justice put to action. Honor. Oh, how so many samurai scrounge and break at the mere mention of honor. The true measurement of worthiness comes from strength, from a samurai's ability to bend the world to their will. Therefore, all forms of personal power are honorable. And sincerity. A samurai must take their vows as absolute. Deed and action are the same.
Right.
Very well.
I shall do my best to follow your code.
I have one gift. Or perhaps see it more as an acknowledgement that you are in line to becoming one of my moon chosen. I shall impart unto you a wisdom. Something that many have sought for and died and killed. Yet, in this world, I know only of a handful that have actually learned it. Perhaps now there will be a second. A new spell called Lunar Insight that can do a number of different things.
Oh wow, this is a very complicated spell.
It can do a lot of different things. Very versatile. Make use of it. Or don't. The world is your oyster. That is all, Mika Tokugawa. I do hope that the coming days you find all that which it is you seek to accomplish.
He nods.
Speak ahead.
I have a question.
Mhm.
You know that the one you told me to earn the respect and admiration for as a demon inside of them?
So I learned through you. Yes. Isn't that just interesting? You hear multiple voices echo underneath his own. Voices you've never heard before. Some alien almost. And what of it?
The Solar Empress, as I'm sure you might know, told me that there would likely be a calamity from her child. And I'm supposing that that's likely a result of the demon.
Yeah. Demons are known to bring about tragedy and devastation in their wake. Not surprising. For one to find itself inside such a powerful individual could truly be calamitous. Or if the host finds their will to be stronger, finds that there is nothing their soul lacks that this demon could possibly provide them. What a powerful tool rests in the hands of that woman. He shrugs. I suppose only the fates know.
Is there any reliable way to remove a demon from someone such as her? She's fairly dangerous, as I'm sure you're well aware.
I've never known a demon who has not dropped in their troublesomeness once their head is removed from the shoulders.
Can't exactly remove my commander's head.
Not what I want you to. She was far too entertaining to observe. But, yes, there are rituals that can be performed. Transferring one soul to another, or sealing away a creature within something or someone else. The very same ritual that can be used to create a Jinjuriki can also be used to unmake them. And it is not merely beasts can be sealed away, as you know.
Very well. Thank you for honoring my sleep. It's quite an enjoyable conversation.
I look forward to seeing what becomes of this investment. You are but a tiny seedling I am planting. When the moon shines at its brightest, I hope you bloom. And when it is at its darkest, I hope you do not allow yourself to be tread upon and snapped. And when he says snapped, you wake up.
He turns over to Akihiko.
He's probably just staring up at the ceiling, eyes closed, very, still. Breathing slowly.
He's going to get out of bed, turn on a light, and write all of that down. assuming that doesn't wake him up, she would at some point walk over and like poke him with the pen.
She shuffles out of bed. Would probably be enough to passive perception him awake. Kinda just turns over a little bit, reaching for her empty spot in the bed. Blinks a few times, looks at her, writing something down, and then just keeps sleeping. She's fine. She's working.
She would after she was Sinky woke up, Mika would like throw a piece of paper at him.
Huh? What is it?
I know a spell that make this room silent. She says, I had an important dream. She's going to turn up the lights of the room a little bit and just show him the tasks she's been given.
Shakes his head a little, gets up out of bed, rubs his eyes, and looks at the paper. Daily tribute, honor hunter, honor killer, honor campaign. What is this?
My task. First one is easy. I also, besides the blood, I do most of this. Maybe a few
Quirks an
extra
eyebrow at her. I thought you said you wanted to lessen your commitments.
She closes her eyes and leans back and says, it's not wise to turn down a god. Besides, this isn't too much. Gonna be a little bit of exhausting, but
Rubs his eyes.
it's
some
the
more.
honor killing I find most troubling.
Sorry. Why are you giving your? You said, huh? You're like all at once. It hits him as he's slowly waking up. Still, the gods gave you these tasks.
Lunar Emperor did.
Eyes widen at that. He now looks at the paper again, now reading it line by line instead of just skimming it. Okay. Blood one sealing. Sees his name and Yodika's name on the paper and squints, but doesn't comment and keeps reading line by line. And his eyes immediately glue to the honor killer as well. Let's kill them. Sits on it for a few minutes, and he says to her, There are ways of doing all of these tasks that I believe will not rouse suspicion or bring us too many consequences.
The Avatar one is going to be a problem, I think.
Is it? Are we not currently in conflict with the Einherjar? But they had several avatars.
Yeah, but suppose we don't fight with them and we just try to make nicey nice. Then who am I supposed to kill?
There are certainly avatars all over the world. There has to be one that's a villain. Perhaps there are some avatars that work with Azaki.
A good point.
Looking over the list.
I need to make work towards these goals on every one of these moons.
must make progress towards them. There are a few here that we cannot do much about for the time being. The host of Sin, for example. There are no hosts that we know of that are currently our enemies. It'd be hard to find them as well. Templars are easy. Plenty. Looks up at the list still. If the Spider Clan possesses knowledge of this ritual, perhaps there might be a way of getting this information. By trade or by espionage.
You think you can assist me in this?
I would
This
not
honor
let
killing thing is challenge.
I would not let you do these alone. You'd probably get yourself killed.
She opens her mouth, but then like he's right, so she just like doesn't say anything.
We may need more than ourselves to do these. Siberian Rizar Grand Temple is something we may actually be able to access. Cordelia, Jan said she was taken there by Alexander. I don't know who this lycanthrope or what this lycanthrope legion is. Do know of a wolf man. I don't know if there's any relation between this and Agent Direwolf.
I can also. She rubs her jaw and like looks to him like she's worried about his response to this. Like her eyebrows like lift a little bit. I could schmooze the Spider Clan to give us information.
What do you have in mind?
Hiroshi.
What do you have in mind for Hiroshi, son?
If we get closer, perhaps he'd be willing to support me in completing this task. I also need to get the respect of Kumo anyway, and Hiroshi seems like the easiest in.
There's some kind of calculating or weighing he's doing in his mind. He's looking over this, looks back to her. I imagine the Lunar Emperor did not set you up with a contradictory mission. But what if the samurai you kill is one of the masters?
Well, I hadn't really thought of that. Perhaps Hiroshi would replace her.
That's what I'm thinking. The 7 masters that are known, they are not the only masters. When one falls, the heir or the most astute student of the step becomes the new master. Typically, it is the head of the household.
So we need to get closer to Hiroshi.
Aye. We have a dinner with them. Checks the time. Later today. Could be a good opportunity to start sowing some seeds. Has your Lord Masaru made any inklings in terms of what he's planning for we discussed during the last family meeting?
My brain just like short circuited. Can you say that again?
He's asking in a very vague way, but he casts message. Has Lord Masaru-sama told you anything about Crimson Sky?
She does like a shaky hand gesture.
It may be something that we'll simply have to wait for after the Vempire. Especially if we are to fulfill the Lunar Emperor's desires. Who knows? Perhaps the Vempire will take care of some of these problems for us. Or Aslan. Smirks.
He sinks into her chair. Yeah. I'm going to. She looks at the time, but can't on her own and says, "I'm probably gonna stay up the rest of the night. I wanna do some planning, and maybe I'll read a little bit of manga."
Suppose I'll stay up with you then.
Okay. I want you to know. In between all this, Mika casts Gias on herself. That if should she ever what is it? What is the words the god tells her not to do? If she was ever about to speak ill, or basically she's not she can't speak ill of the gods or disobey them. That's the Gias she's casting on herself.
It's kind of funny.
Which is an I'm a player, I'm dumb, so if it ever was about to happen, the Gias would tick in.
Fucking brain blaster. Say no more. What level is Gias cast at? Oh, it's 30
Level
days. 5. Okay. Because whenever you upcast it lasts longer. Noted. Noted. Next 30 days, she's Gias, cannot talk ill of the gods.
Or disobey them.
Or disobey them.
Okay. That's it. She just spends the rest of the time. She would have looked up where Whisper is right now. Pretty much the only Bermuda agent she's like content killing and knowing that perhaps the world would be a better place.
Yeah. Poor Whisper.
The way if Tommy finds out he's crashing out. The way that will not go under the radar.
I can't
You do
even.
you, Queen.
I simply
You
cannot
do
even
you.
disagree. The world might probably be a better place without Whisper in it. That woman is a demon.
Probably be better, but the way that Tommy will crash out
Yeah.
goes fucking viral.
Absolutely valid.
Oh well.
I don't want to Whisper. All right. The day proceeds. Whatever tasks you accomplish, you accomplish. Whatever training you do, you do. The afternoon comes. And the Tokugawas and the Takaras are invited out for dinner.
Yay. By the way, is there like a thing that has the faces of the moon? Somewhere.
The calendar.
Where is
Time to
that?
go to the calendar. Lucky for you, you just missed the full moon.
It is in player resources, pinned. It's a blinks.
Me now needing to keep track of days. Background.
Lamau. All right. Tommy.
So,
Tian Long texts you, mentioning that there is a dinner being planned for the Tokugawas. He needs a +1. You down?
absolutely. Of course I am.
Meet at the Japanese embassy this time. Look cute.
When do I not?
True. Send in all caps.
I'll see you there. Winky face.
Kiss emoji back. Mika.
Hey.
You and your family set out probably all together. Head over to the Japanese embassy. Shugo is not with you when you head out. Biorika, Yutaro, and Akihiko. You'll arrive around the same time with the Dragon Knight, Tianlong, and Tommy. Representing the Tokugawas. Very, very imposing roster. And heading inside, you would find that there is a kitchen that has been privately organized within the embassy. These U-shaped tables, so 3 tables in the shape of a U, with a grill at the center of the 3 of them. At the center, you see Masaru Shugo, dressed in a chef's outfit. Tall white chef's hat, sharpening these massive butcher's blades. As you guys enter, you see Master Kumo, Lady Takara, and her entourage turn to face you. Some of them in holographic form as they all turn and bow, welcoming you. Hello. Welcome all of you.
Hello?
Mika bows politely.
Looks at Tommy, and there's this very slight, like, acknowledgement, like, oh, he's here.
Oh, you exist. He just gives the biggest smirk back. And does a little bow as well.
Mika-sama.
Pleasure
Good
to see you again.
Yes.
Nice to see you.
Pleasure to see you all as well. Please, welcome to your seats here. I believe Lord Masaru-sama is going to give us a hibachi dinner today. I have missed these. You see Yutaro scanning everyone, squints a few times, but then he smiles widely. I could eat.
I'm excited for this. And I'll take a seat, just grinning at Shugo like this is a very exciting thing for him to be a part of.
It is good to see you too, Tommy. Tianlong. Have you ever had a hibachi performance?
Sir?
Once, but I'm sure yours is gonna be more impressive. Tianlong adds. Everyone finds their seats. Allow me to introduce my family. This is... You've met Hiroshi, my eldest son and heir. Aiko, my eldest daughter. Yumi, my youngest. And Kaito, one of my concubines. They all, upon being addressed, bow to all of you, and then raise their heads once they are done with their introductions. You hear Yumi kind of grumble. Why are you making me watch food being made? This is torturous. Well, you can always get yourself your own meals. I guess, but I could go for some hibachi right now. See Akihiko very tense all the way from entering the room to getting seated to even as he's being seated, he's kind of just glancing between the Takaras one by one, taking them in, scanning them. At one point, you see Akihiko and Aiko lock eyes with each other as she winks at him. He does not reciprocate.
Tommy opens up a group chat between him, Hinatori, Akihiko, and Tianlong, and he's just like, they seem annoying. Off the bat.
They seem annoyed.
Yeah, they're annoying.
Annoying. I mean, yeah, probably. I don't know who any of these fucking people are. Seeing long eyes. Hey, yo, give me the tea. Because I'm pretty sure Aiko's giving Akihiko fuck me eyes right now. And then looks over at Hiroshi, kind of just staring at Tia Long right now. He nods up at him, gives him a little wave. I don't really know what his deal is, but every fucking time I run into him in the halls, he's looking at me crazy.
Oh. Yeah? All kind of crazy.
I don't want to say he's undressing me with his eyes, but it looks like he's sizing me up, and I don't know if it's the good kind of sizing me up or the bad kind of sizing me up.
Wow. Noted.
Akihiko adds in the group chat.
Yeah, they're literally just messing each other back and forth within this group chat.
They're all going to be on their best behavior. This is court.
Who was the one that was complaining actively? It was Yumi, right?
Mm-hmm.
Immediately messaged back. That's Yumi's best behavior.
She is a brat. Spoiled rotten. But she's... It's like... ... Fine. It's Aiko and Hiroshi who you should be concerned with. They hide themselves very well behind smiles.
Okay. Noted.
It was Tia Long, Akihiko, Mika, and who else? Or is that it in the group chat?
It's just, yeah, it's literally just those three and myself.
Mm-hmm. Gotcha. Mika had anything?
It's the youth being able to. It's the Tokugawa talking shit.
Mm-hmm.
Youth.
Mika is gonna speaking to Nanako, and she says, "I haven't honestly seen a lot of you in a while. Studying so long, and then the dragons invading or whatever."
So sorry, say that one more time.
I said, it's been a while since I've seen all of you. Speaking. She's talking about Hiroshi.
The Spider Clan.
Yeah. She's speaking about how it's because she was in school. And the aliens.
I can't remember the last time I saw you, Mika-chan. Mika-san. says Aiko. She kind of lifts a finger to her lip, thinking, your birthday 2 years ago, maybe? I think so. You don't like being in Japan, do you?
She done her drink and thought, I don't mind being in Japan. It's just my area of study takes me out often.
Just remember to come visit every once in a while. There are so many people talking about you. Nice things, of course. She smiles.
I'm sure a few of the things said are nice.
I'd argue most. It's not every day that you get to slay several members of the Blight all in one night. Only wish I could have been there. Osaka is so far away, though. Maybe next time. Hiroshi nods. A joint operation with Tokugawa's would be very entertaining. Very enlightening, too. It would be an honor if you'd have us. He bows at Miko.
She raises an eyebrow. What do you mean by joint operation?
Well, hunting the Blight together. Last time it was with the Tiger Clan. Which, I believe Master Tora slayed one of the leaders of the Blight himself, Dr. Yagami. I would have liked to have seen the day.
I'll add, since we're focusing, it seems like they're low-key kind of trying to pin Hinatori into a thing that she doesn't necessarily know she's going to agree to, so he's going to speak up. How did you find watching our sessions today? Educational, I hope.
Oh, enlightening. I did not know there were so many powerful people all in one tight area. Typically that only happens when it's war.
Only the best of the best for Bermuda.
Say that again. What? You saw sparring matches? Why didn't you send me some videos? I want to see. Yumi adds. I don't believe I'm allowed to.
Those aren't that classified.
I hate it here. Yumi?
Apologies for the tease then.
Sorry, mother. She sits up in her chair a little bit more. Glances at Tommy. You're both Ritsars. Points at them.
Nods. Wraps his arm around his man.
Grabs Tommy's hand on his shoulder. The best Ritsars too. Don't forget that.
Facts.
Can I get your numbers? I have so many questions.
Mika says over the HUD, I would be careful. I would not trust her.
Unfortunately, those are also classified.
She just throws her hands up in defeat like, why am I even here? Masaru finishes sharpening his blades. There's a assortment of things on a cart beside him, underneath his table. He starts putting them on the grill. And he puts on a hibachi performance that I will not describe in length because not important. But he does it. Does some tricks.
Not important,
fancy.
but it's important to glitch.
Yeah.
He's 100% attention.
Fancy food flips and shit being fried. He makes a little volcano out of onion rings. Makes a little heart out of fried rice. You know.
I think these two people should be switched. I think there should be some swapping. Tommy should be
You want
closer
me-
to the hibachi.
Why?
Are you
I'm
not
like
the
most
person most
important person
interested?
here.
No.
I'm absolutely the one finding it the most interesting. But in terms of fucking rank, it's not me, babe. This is a dinner set like this for a reason.
You kind of were to arrange it proper. Something more along these lines. Big U shape.
Incredible.
That's a table at the center. He's just cooking away.
Yeah.
You hear Yurika clear her throat. So, there's been a lot of weird things going on. I'm sure for everybody. There's just a very soft grumble across the board. Yeah. Just gonna say, I had a weird dream last night. And I don't know what it means or what's going on with it. But I'm hoping you guys will. You see, Yutaro raised an eyebrow at her, Shugo as well. Almost this silent question between them of, why are you bringing it up here and not in private? But they don't stop her.
Mika.
Hmm?
Mika's gonna stop her. She says,
Well, damn.
is that wise to be talking about right now?
I don't know. I feel like yes? She's thinking about it some more. Guess I could wait to mention it later, but I just don't know. I don't even know if it means anything. Whatever. Ignore me.
Also, I'm so sorry. You asked who was allotted. I fully forgot Yuriko was here. She's absolutely present in this group chat.
Ah.
That is my bad.
Mika is going to message her in the group chat and say, I had a dream too, be careful.
She sends eyes emojis. And Hiroshi speaks up. How coincidental that I also had a very memorable dream last night. Even now, I'm still trying to really make sense of it. You see, all of the Spider Clan people seemingly get very focused all of a sudden as they almost like all collectively turn and look at him. None of them stop him. What was in your dream?
Can I inside check that, Loki?
Go ahead.
Why are they? I mean, is it the same energy as literally everyone here being like, huh, maybe don't? Or is it like something else going on? No, I don't know shit. My inside sucks.
You get the feeling that they pay attention whenever Hiroshi talks. But why, how serious it could be, kind of just the thing you think of is, as you mentioned, maybe it's they don't want him to say anything right now, but
Right.
all of their
But
attention
noticeable-
was pulled to him.
Interesting. Okay, cool. That's what kind of was low-key feeling. I'm like, okay, he was low-key kind of important. Interesting. Alright, thank you.
What was in
Sorry
your
for
dream?
interrupting.
You're good. What was in your dream? Nanako asks. I was at a poetry contest. One taking place, this vast landscape, high above the clouds, like a mountain temple. But there was nothing at this temple. It was just the seating of it, just the grounds, the clouds in the distance. And it was dark. Very dark. It's almost hard to make out anything besides me, but just beyond the encroaching of this mountaintop, I could see clearly. The moon, the clouds. I could not make out a word. All of it was foreign to me. The language I may not have heard before. I'm not even sure it was a language. But I did feel like there was something important about the poems. I couldn't make out the words, but following the syllables, I knew they were haikus. I wish I could have understood them.
Well, can you write the symbols down?
Not symbols, syllables.
Oh. Can you remember what it looked like?
Didn't get to see the writing, only hear it. He kind of just smiles a little and shakes his head. Just a weird dream. Yorika texts in a group chat. Okay, I think me and him had a very similar dream, and I'm kind of freaked out now. Should I just keep this to myself? Question mark, question mark, question mark.
You
Mika,
also dream of poetry? Question mark, question mark, question mark.
Yes! Exclamation mark. It's so weird. I don't even like haikus.
Mika's gonna say in the chat, I think you should keep it to yourself for now. It would be a good point of conversation in the future.
Glitch will speak up, focusing his attention on Hiroshi. Is it often you have these kinds of dreams?
You know, my dreams are often very... He tries to find the right word. Prophetic. Or... I feel like that's too grandiose a word. They're enlightening. If I can identify what it is that the meaning is. Or at least, they're enlightening when I can give them a meaning that fits.
Could you provide an example that has been a prophetic dream?
There was a dream I had of a blood moon rising. I saw a river made of blood. Down at the edge of this river were the clouds, and where the water poured down, there were mirrors. Mirrors all around. He, looks at the food, reaches down, takes a bite out of some shrimp. And I could see mass reflected in the mirrors that the blood was touching. Oni mass. The next night, the blood moon rose, and the blight attacked Japan. He bites on the shrimp he picked up.
Tragic that you didn't put two and two together before.
He gets a little sad. It is my biggest regret. Yorika-chan, would you mind sharing your dream? I would hate for you to suffer such a similar circumstance. But perhaps it's as you're right. It is nothing. And he goes back to picking at his food. She hesitates to answer. Just like, kind of like messing with her phone in her hand a little, playing with her wrist. Kind of hard to remember now. All the details are really weird. As she says this, she's texting. That's all she says. Not much that we can really garner from what sounds like the Imperial Domain. The poetry contest.
What's the significance behind the poetry? Do you think?
He sits on that for a little. I cannot even begin to conceive a hypothesis. I couldn't make out what they meant. I couldn't make out the tone. I couldn't see anyone speak to make out facial expressions. All I heard were recitals. That was easy enough to pick out. Small applause. More recital. Small applause. If only I could have understood the language.
Do you try to replicate it?
He will try. I'll roll for him.
Yeah. Tommy's nosy.
As he should be, King. Get in his business.
Hell yeah. Him, for the sake of recording everything. Tell me more so then we can analyze Yurika's dream later without you present.
Well,
He's big brain, simply put.
would this be like history check?
I'd say history or performance.
History performance, yeah. That's a good. Oh, roll to GM now. You got a 19. I can't make the sound, but he will recreate as best he can what he remembers hearing. Does anyone here know Celestial?
No.
Does anyone here know Abyssal?
Also
Mika, make a history check.
May I use my story?
Yes, for this you can. You would recognize some of the sounds as Abyssal. He makes two sets of sounds from the two poems he remembers hearing. The first one is in Abyssal. The second one is in Celestial.
She squints. That's odd.
It's a language, I'm sure, but I've never heard it before.
in this world, what is the language called they're speaking? How should I refer to this?
Celestial and Abyssal?
What is it? Just celestial and abyssal?
For these purposes, yeah.
Mika's gonna say, well, that's celestial and abyssal.
I would tell them that.
Interesting. Abyssal. A warning from the Hell Plains, perhaps? Something creeping through. And then celestial. Perhaps a response to the abyssal poem.
I'm sure I could find somebody to translate. If you could remember the way that they were said, Roshi.
I will do my best to log it, I suppose, in an audio note. I do believe I have your old number, if you're still using that one.
Mika shakes her head and she says, no, but I believe I still have your number unless that's changed.
He also chuckles a little. We should find a way of sharing information with each other.
I agree.
Which would bring me to something I wanted to propose. Looking straight at Mika. Seeing long messages in this chat. So we're having prophetic dreams and we're not sharing that this intel because ?
Mika types in chat, I wanted an excuse to have a one-on-one conversation with him. Without his mom present.
Glitch responds with, and here I thought you guys just hated them and didn't want to share intel.
But if this motherfucker has dreams about, tragedies incoming, what the fuck is he dreaming about now?
My concerns exactly. Getting those translated seems crucial.
Yorika looks more tense. Playing with her wrist, you see just a little bit of static zapping between her fingertips. But oh, she looks at Mika, bows his head slightly. I wanted to actually offer a proper research alliance with you.
Mika sips her drink and waits for him to finish the sentence. What do you mean?
Akihiko squints. I believe Japan is currently facing a very difficult time with the blight in our backyard and the Vempri coming soon. We are too distracted to split our forces properly. I believe the bulk of our military should stay in Japan, which means that to defeat the Vempri, we must send our best warriors. And I would like to create more of them. You see Nanako raise an eyebrow at him, but doesn't stop him. You see Aiko clear her throat. Be careful what you're proposing here, Hiroshi-san. I am sure Mika-san is the perfect person to go to this. I would like to create a Jinchuriki.
Mika chokes on her drink. What?
No, I know of a sealing jutsu that can accomplish this, but I currently don't have all the material components to pull it off successfully. I was hoping perhaps you, with the vast network Bermuda has, as well as your studies, perhaps you might know people we can get in contact with that would have these kinds of materials. Extraplanar materials.
He smiles. I'm certain I could figure something out.
For those who aren't aware of what that is,
Yeah,
what is a ginger?
Tia Long also adds, y'all not doing this here though, right? Oh, no, it would have to be back in Japan.
Mhm.
Alright. A Jinjuriki is a person which has another soul contained inside of them. Typically, it is that of a less intelligent creature, one with a weaker soul.
Mika summons Ho to her hand. And just sort of like this.
Ho appears, graceful, blazing orange, and all of the samurai present lower their heads.
I see.
She allows like Ho to like eat from her plate. If it so desires.
It burns the fuck out of that food as it eats it. But it eats it.
That's
It
okay.
eats it.
Mika probably eats it burnt anyway.
If you're willing to work with me, there is a spell I have in mind already. A few specific components to start looking into.
Shouldn't be a problem. What are those specific things you need? Unless
Realistic.
you'd rather
No.
hold me in secret.
I see no reason why we should hold secrets from each other. We are one of the great clan houses of Japan. Japan needs us. We can save the competitions for after these invaders are vanquished. If I were to bind a Fae, I would need a pint of Faebane flower nectar. Typically, these kinds of flowers only grow in their plane. I would need to travel there. Or someone capable of traveling there, go collect this. Another alternative is a parchment from a 1,000-year-old ash tree. I would really just need some of its wood to make into parchment, and I can make the contract.
Surprisingly easy.
There are not many 1,000-year-old ash trees that remain on our world. All of them have been cut. And you make it sound like you have the means of traveling to the Feywilds readily.
Mika smiles a little bit. I have an idea.
No. Immediately text no.
But the tree is
Aha.
hard to particular.
You know somebody who can do that? Uh-huh. Tila says.
I know a guy.
No. So the way that Glitch is texting the group chat, no, and Tian Long is saying that out loud, that should paint a picture for you.
I know a guy. If I were to bind an elemental, which is less desirable, but an option, I would need the heart of a dragon. I believe there's a few of them. He kind of just looks up. waiting out there somewhere in orbit, but I don't think any of them are going to be coming down here anytime soon. Alternatively, crystallized tear or blood of a great elemental beast. Even any such creature like that is probably already sealed away or banished, but I was informed that Russia tends to have many aether breaks. Such creatures come out. Looking to Dragon Knight and Glitch.
And here I thought you'd already agreed this sort of thing wouldn't happen in Russia.
I don't plan to
Smiles.
perform sealing ritual in Russia. But if you happen
Don't exactly
to...
have permission for hunting such beasts here either.
I don't imagine I would have received such permissions. Looks to Mika. Which is why I'm asking Mika-chan.
Who's to say she has that permission either?
He looks over to Glitch, and then back to Hiroshi. I will see what I can do. I don't exactly need permission. I can go figure it out myself. But
Bombastic side-eye from Tialong.
The look, like, the slow, like, Glitch is initially focusing on Hiroshi, and then he just slowly looks at Hinatori like, yeah? You don't have you don't have to get permission?
what I do in my free time is my business.
Bombastic side-eye from Hiroshi. Or from
Who's to say
Tialong.
I'm gonna be in your country? What I do?
He just looks. He doesn't say anything more. He just is looking at her like, yeah. And continues eating Shugo's incredible fucking food.
Mika feels the space around her getting warmer.
Yeah. Why are you not capable of performing such feats yourself in Japan?
There are not many elder
I'm
elementals
feeding
that
her.
seemingly appear. I'm not even sure why they happen to appear so often in Russia. Maybe you could enlighten me? Perhaps there's a way of recreating these small miracles? Small disasters, you mean? Tialong adds.
Yeah, the way that's just like that.
All magic can be disastrous, but in the hands of a wise practitioner, they become miracles.
Are you such a practitioner?
I'd like to believe I am.
Desiring a dragon heart, you'd have to be.
Smiles. If you believe that is ambitious, the last choice, my preference, would be to seal a celestial. This is actually a much simpler feat than the rest, but not any easier. I would need a relic from the celestial's native plane of existence, or an item that they once blessed, or perhaps was once stained in their blood. I am told there is a powerful yokai, arachnophilia? No, he would not say that. He would not say arachnophilia. He would just say
That would be
a great yokai stalking Moscow. One that comes from such a descendant. I believe the Arachnid Queen would be her title. Tialong, there's just a pulse of heat that comes from him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah? Well, you want to pay her a house call? If you know where she is, I would be more than happy to have tea with her. Mm-hmm. And, what's your plan when she decides that she wants more than tea from you? You have a way of actually, making it back from the celestial plane alive? Well, I'd hope, however, we end up getting in there is the same way we could get out. We? Well, if you don't want to partake, I could do it myself. But I do not know of any such places that I could enter the plane from, or any such creatures that would ferry me over. But I believe I'm sitting in a room with avatars and Bermuda agents and Reetsars. I would hope some of you would know such avenues to pursue. There's the Breach Knight, but I don't know if he likes us all that much. Looks over to Dragon and Tommy. Do you know of the Breach Knight? You close with him? Perhaps there's some way I could win his favor.
He kind of just glances at Tianlong for a brief moment and focuses on Hiroshi. I feel like we would need more information from you regarding this binding. How you performed the feat in the first place. I need proof, I feel like, of your capabilities to perform it in the first place.
To justify seeking out the materials for it.
He nods.
Fair enough. I don't know if any way I could prove I can do something I currently can't do. But I'll sit on that. Perhaps I can think of a way to show you my capabilities in other ways.
At a sealing ritual.
Say again?
Is it a sealing ritual?
He nods.
I've been attempting to work on such a thing for a while.
He smiles a little at that.
It went poorly last time.
What were you trying to seal? Who were you trying
Mika
to
looks
seal?
to Shuko. I'm not at liberty to say. Without it being declassified.
He nods. There's this slowly growing look of discontentness on the rest of the Spider Clan. This is going nowhere. Or it's going to go nowhere. And there's this slow, glancing over at Hiroshi. Perhaps we'll
Mika,
be able to reflect on this some more later.
Mika pulls out one of her notebooks, and she says, "Perhaps we can share some notes on the topic."
I would like that.
I've had. She not.
Who are you going to make a Jinchuriki? Akiko asks. If my first experiment goes well, myself. After, well, whoever the Shogun decrees is worthy of such a honor. And whoever can actually control the creature we tried to seal inside them. Yourself.
Well,
You would become a Jinchuriki. Think you can control whichever beast it is you tried to seal away? I'm willing to try.
if we were to help, and it's likely we will, she looks to Akiko and then back to Hiroshi. I would want equal compensation.
You would want a Jinchuriki of your own.
She nods.
If we bring enough material components, he looks towards his mother. With your approval, I believe that is a worthwhile investment. She looks to Shugo. Shugo ponders it. And then Nanako responds. The Tokugawas and the Takaras forming Jinchuriki together. I don't believe that has ever happened in our histories. It would make for a very interesting story in the future. Do you have a Jinchuriki of your own you'd like to make?
Mika looks down and says, I have some ideas. Still sorting that out. I haven't really talked it out enough to give you an answer that I feel like would,
Make
because
it.
I haven't talked about it. It would there's a chance that it would change in the future. So
Yorika can do it. Yorika looks over to her dad. Huh? Yes. Ora, Akihiko. He looks over to Yutaro and nods very slowly. They are the only two members of our family who do not have other things lined up for them that the Jinchuriki could interfere with. And if we're going to send our best warriors, it would only make sense that the Tokugawas all fight together. What if I don't want a monster inside of me? Doesn't have to be a monster. Hiroshi smiles. There are many friendly fae, many beautiful fae, many enlightening fae.
any cute Faye. She sends her the picture of the Wooper.
Yeah, be bountiful, Wooper.
She replies to the image. This is a fae? This is just a Wooper.
Bug emoji.
Why does he look like that?
He's special and we love him.
I only know of one celestial that I would like to bind myself to, but if you can find yourself another... Celestials have often been humanity's allies. I don't believe a joining between the two of you would be unwelcomed. I'm sure you could win their hearts over. He smiles a little at that. I mean, yeah, probably. But is that gonna hurt? Likely. I would not know for sure until I'd done it myself.
Is there a history of someone doing this successfully?
Nods. The previous Jinchuriki of my family Shikigami. Nanako adds. 300 years ago, maybe?
So that's why you're unsure if you'll be successful or not.
Well, to say that the histories were very well documented 300 years ago is, I guess, by comparison now, a stretch. Though for the time, I'm sure, multiple trial and error, they found a way to pull it off successfully. What the conditions were for that exactly are what I am now trying to determine. I would not want to perform the ritual without the right material components, or else suffer a rebound. And I would not want to perform it without knowing that the creature I am binding myself to is willing, or else suffer a rebound.
Is it possible that you could give me the information on how to perform the ritual, so I could spend some time studying it? I know some rather accomplished people in the field of this sort of research that might be able to help.
Hiroshi breathes in to answer, but Nanako answers hers. No. That is a family secret held by the Takara family for many generations. I'm afraid we cannot share such ancient knowledge.
Mika exhales flame and annoyance and warms up a little bit.
Glitch trying really hard to not get sweaty with all these hot people beside.
Does he even sweat? I guess I never thought about it.
Yes, I'm fucking human. What are you talking? Okay.
It seems like an inferior method of cooling. I didn't know if you had coolant or something like that.
Coolant.
The hell?
You know? Kind of valid.
The hell?
The Galochka making a note. Synthesized sweats. Double your cooling capacity.
Be fully robot, thank you.
That's fine. Afraid the exact techniques I am not at liberty to share. But if our joint endeavors go successfully, you need not burden yourself with such wisdom.
Mika squints. She doesn't say anything, but there's a very clear Mika didn't like that answer on her face.
There's a corked eyebrow from Akihiko at that as well. But he doesn't say anything.
Glitch is gonna say in the group chat, awful needy for something we can't get the recipe for.
Awfully needy for something we can't get the recipe for?
Mm-hmm. Like, they're wanting us to get all these stuff for them so they can perform this ritual, but they're not gonna tell us what this ritual is.
Mm-hmm. I mean... I don't see why he'd go to Mika for this. Question mark, question mark. Y'all two got history or something? Or is he just... Is this some kind of...
I was about to say.
Mika types in group chat. Let me see if I can at some point get him to divulge. I might be able to still get that out of him.
As to why he's going to you, or the ritual itself?
The ritual itself.
I think you should ask more so on why he's going to you for this information and components.
That's a good question. Mika, looking up from her plate at her lap, says, "So why exactly are you coming to me or the Tokugawas on this? Wouldn't the Fox Clan be a better bet?"
I already went to the Fox Clan, and, well, I believe I received the same answer that I have just given you. Certain Fox Clan secrets that cannot be shared. And collecting material components like this are also something that falls under the Fox Clan's jurisdiction. They cannot give such things away without the Shogun's approval.
So you don't have the Shogun's approval.
He clicks his tongue, and you see him sit on that for a second. Like, the answer isn't straightforward.
Mm-hmm.
No. I don't have his disapproval either.
He doesn't know.
Prefer it that way.
And the Fox Clan didn't agree.
No. He frowns a little. You're also cagey.
He's not gonna say it for them. Sorry, go ahead.
Aiko speaks up. Unfortunately, the Shimodas were too cagey with their overabundance of magical resources. So we are going to the other people we can trust most to do what is right for Japan's best interests.
Mika,
Shugo doesn't lag in his cooking and performance, but you feel like there was a purposely louder clank of metal on the grill.
They think y'all will divulge shit to that. He
Mika,
doesn't say shit. He's gonna let y'all handle this because it's family drama, but like, T.
Hiroshi adds on to Aiko's bit. I'm coming to you because you are hosed in Juriki. You are chosen. I believe you have a great
Mika-
destiny ahead of you, and if there's anyone who could make miracles happen, it would be those part of the team I keep hearing being called miracle workers.
Are you coming to Bermuda or are you coming to the Tokugawas? Because that is a different ballgame.
I'm coming to Mika. Her honor is the one I recognize. The one I feel I can trust.
Eats another mouthful.
But of course, the Tokugawas have been long standing heroes of our nation. It's an extension to all of you. We can bolster both of our families together, increase our odds of surviving this approaching calamity, and be stronger for it together.
may I speak pragmatically for a moment?
I won't complain.
She
The rest of the Spider Clan just kind of look over to Mika expectantly. Go on.
she puts the chopsticks down on her plate and she says, "So you're intending for me to collect these resources you needed that are necessary to complete the ritual?"
Not all on your own. If you find a way To get to the resources, I am more than willing to help you obtain them. I believe I might also be the best person in obtaining them carefully, so that the materials are not damaged or kill you.
And the reward is that I aid you in finding a way to support the Drogon, so that the Spider Clan may gain further respect and honor.
You can look at it that way.
What is it? What's in it for me besides a Jinchuriki?
Did not know there was more you would want. Is there something else you're hoping to obtain? Is there something...
It's more like...
Is a Jinchuriki not enough to satisfy?
No. I don't necessarily need you to do the ritual. She squints her eyes a little. So, I'm struggling to find how this alliance directly actually benefits me rather than just costing me a lot of effort for something I'm not even going to benefit from.
There's
At least not
a glance from Akihiko to Mika, and then Yutaro speaks up. A Jinchuriki, another Jinchuriki in that family would be great. All it would take is slaying some great beasts. Perhaps not even, if we can find a way to the Feywilds. Or this villain we're already chasing. I see this as an absolute win.
Yes, but we don't need the Spider Clan to figure out the ritual. Because I have some idea of where I could find more information on it.
There's a flat expression on Hiroshi. The rest of the Spider Clan are not as flat, and their discontent at that statement is very obvious, but they don't say anything. Except for
That was rude as fuck.
Except for Takara, who does speak up. Are you sure that the Dragon Clan is not in need of assistance as they currently stand in these trying times with so many enemies abound? Are you sure that there is nothing the Spider Clan can't do or offer to aid yours in becoming more successful in your endeavors?
Oh, there certainly is. That was what I was wondering.
Agent Juriki does not satisfy in this endeavor. I wonder what will.
Squints.
Perhaps
Fix it.
she needs time to sit on it. Consider your offer.
Mika wipes her like the food off of her lap and says, well, she looks to Hiroshi. If it would be alright, I'd like to look into more information around the things you're requesting and how difficult it would be. And see what I can ascertain on my own about how to perform such a ritual. And assuming I'm able to give you a clear direction on where I can achieve those things, or can go get those things, and what I'm able to ascertain on my own, we can reach out again and make a deal, rather than doing that right now.
I believe maybe you're slightly misunderstanding my proposal. If I come upon these materials, but require more manpower to obtain them, would you be willing to offer your assistance then?
Yes. It's my understanding that you wanted me to research and retrieve them.
I would like to know where I can retrieve them. But if you find it easier to get to those things yourself, then by all means. At the end of the day, even if it's not at my hand that you find yourself stronger, it is for the better that you are.
Mika sighs, exhaling smoke. I don't want to accept or make any firm promises so suddenly after a request.
Take all the time you need. He goes back to picking at his food. Is there anything else you want to say or add?
No. At some point, Mika looks to Akihiko, and she smiles, but she smiles in that way where it's like, I'm so angry right now. But
We gotta
it's only that way.
get texts in the group chat. Could we be a little nicer to them? It's not like they're being rude. I feel like we're being rude. It's not proper etiquette.
Mika texts in the chat. They're trying to exploit us.
I don't think so. I don't think Hiroshi's trying to exploit them.
Mika types in the chat. We're putting in all the work, most of the risk, and we're not even getting the reward.
He said he'd make me a Jinchuriki. Or Akihiko. Is that not rewarding to you?
DM. But aren't we, by giving them the resources, also allowing them to produce more of them, beyond us?
Well, it's like if you find one thing, that equals one thing. If you find two things, it equals two things.
Yeah. With a pint of Feybane nectar, he could make one Fey into Jinchuriki with a human. If he got 2 pints, then he could make 2 of them. If he got 50 pints, he could make 50 of them. But it's just a matter of, that's really hard to do. But it's not impossible to get multiple. You just hung out in the Fey Wilds for a while. You could probably get, an unlimited amount of Feybane. It's just a matter of surviving in the Fey Wilds long enough to actually do that, and then come back. Same with all the other components. You could kill 3 dragons, and then have 3 dragon hearts, but good luck with that.
Mm-hmm. With the dragons that we fought, we never fought a dragon. We only fought the grunts, right? Or would all of them be considered dragon?
No, Athena and Ironside fought a dragon with Delta Squad.
Okay.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
the captain of that ship was a dragon.
Yeah. For sure.
It's a small food break as people kind of focus in on their meals. Little in small chat here and there. Shugo does the signature sake bomb where he has a bottle of sake and he fucking just chug and chug and chug until you can no longer chug no more. Goes around the table.
Just eating this shit up.
Little hurrahs and applause all around.
Mm-hmm.
Settles in. Next set of meals now. Some desserts that he's cooking on the grill. And Takada, Nanako speaks up. believe we have all the right people for such matters between our clans to be discussed. I know we are not in the mood of making deals currently, but proposals cannot wait forever. He looks over to Shugo, or she looks over to Shugo. I have a son. You have a niece. We should join our houses. That makes him stop his cooking altogether.
Group chat text, "Ayo?" Question mark, question mark, question mark.
Everyone looks to Yorka.
Her eyes are wide, like big globes. Huh? Hiroshi doesn't give much of a reaction. Kind of just lowers his head a little, respectfully. Doesn't say much, lets him continue. You want to marry Hiroshi-san to Yorika-chan. That is my proposal. I believe my heir, joined with one of yours, would make both of our families much stronger together. There'd be no other clan in Japan who would ever dare rival us. And we would both remain within the Shogun's good graces for generations to come. He huffs out flames and looks over to Yutaro. Yutaro is like...
What's his reaction?
He rocks back in his seat, almost like, balancing in his chair, to look past Kaita and look directly at Nanako from behind him. You don't believe I should be the one being given this offer? You heard my offer, didn't you? Sits back normally again in his seat. Okay. Looks over to Yorika. Do you want to get married to Hiroshi-san? She turns red. Just red. Beet red. Perhaps she's feeling a little overwhelmed. Aiko adds. Perhaps she needs a moment? She's just stun-locked, unsure of how to answer. She's not even texting in the group chat, she's just staring at Hiroshi and then glancing over to Yutaro and just back and forth.
Is this what brought you to Russia?
No. Prime Minister Mamura brought me to Russia after his guard detail of Dragon Clan Samurai. Hey, they died honorably. The Shogun's son. Yutaro adds. That they did. My men will also die honorably for the Shogun's son.
I see.
I have a second proposal, though perhaps I should let that one sit for a bit. Speak, Shugo adds. He is not cooking, he is just sitting on that and contemplating.
Just staring.
Yeah. I remain unmarried? Looks over to Yutaro. You have a brother. Yorika shakes her head, even more in disbelief than the first offer.
The bombastic side-eye Tommy gives Tianlong at yo, this is nuts.
The first offer, T-Long folded his arms like, yeah, T, okay. The second offer, he is no longer smiling. He's just arms crossed, one hand on his bicep tightening a little bit as he's glancing between the two of them, waiting to see how this plays out. Aiko speaks up, scoffing a little. Mother, are you sure that is the wisest proposal? I believe it is. It's something I want, at least. She smiles at Yutaro. He, rolls his eyes a little, but you could tell there's a little bit of, a flush on his face from that comment. He also shakes his head a little, recoiling from that, and then looks over to Yutaro, or looks over to Masaru. Masaru is staring at Yutaro. Hands on the grill, burning his hands, but not burning his hands. You know Yutaro cannot produce heirs. And I mean this with a little of disrespect. But neither are you. You are approaching the age that you cannot either. Is this union simply for the romance, or is there something to actually be gained politically from this endeavor? Takara doesn't really flinch at that response, but she does seem unnerved. It would make both of our families stronger. The Shogun's sponsored family, the sponsored clan, the heroes of Japan, the Dragon Clan and the Spider Clan, bound together in marriage would make us unstoppable. Us with the information and the military might, you with the righteousness and the blessing of the Omikami. I see no better union than this. Unless you have other proposals you are considering. Yumi clears her throat. Hiroshi, do you want to marry Yorika-chan? I find it favorable. I think we could make it work. But if that is not something Yorika-chan wishes to pursue, I will not pressure her to. That seemingly breaks her stun lock, as she kind of just slumps back into her seat, embarrassed more so than anything. Wow, very romantic of you, brother. I can be romantic if I'm invited to be. He smiles. But I see that there are many walls and fences and gates, he says, scanning from left to right of the whole Tokugawa family, between our families and the situation our country finds itself in. I would not force anyone or pressure anyone here to make a decision they do not wish to make. That is how agreements are broken, and that is how more resentment is formed. Aiko seems like she wants to scoff, but more so just kind of rolls her eyes and says, "Well said, brother." Tianlong text in the group chat. Yeah, this sounds like a setup. This setup is crazy. In fact, me personally.
Be glad you're off the table.
Praise the Omikami praying emoji.
Mika, this is just, thankfully I don't have to worry about this.
Yonika clears her throat, trying to recompose herself, but clearly still flustered. Do you mind if I also take some time to consider that? Well, it's not my proposal, but yes, take all the time you need. He sighs a little, and you could just... Mika and Tianlong's hairs stand up, being pulled to her, but static just floats around her for a second. Hey, yo. Yutaro sighs, huffing out flames, as he's just been in a staring contest with his brother this whole time. Forgive me, Nanako-chan. I must refuse. I am not worthy of claiming a woman as great as yourself as my wife. Ironic. I hold the same thoughts, and yet I offered. But if that is how you feel, then the matter will float until a new wind comes to whisk me away. She sips her tea.
Glitch specifically texts Tianlong, or you can die alone and rot. Not the group chat, but specifically Tianlong.
Nah, this is just smelling like a setup, though. He texts still. It's like something's off here. I can't. I'm gonna need some tea later. I'm gonna need the details of what's going on here exactly. I'm lacking context. Someone help.
Hiroshi definitely seems sus.
Thank you for your proposals, Nanako-sama. We will deliberate and consider these closely tonight. Take all the time you need. At the end of the day, much as how your heir feels that she does not need the Spider Clan, I don't believe there is much the Spider Clan has of need either. These are proposals made with an effort to strengthen our bonds, not gain something. Maybe consider that tonight. She smiles at him. He lifts his hands from the griddle. You see him like tensing in his shoulders, fist clenching, and then he lets out more flames, picking up his blades again, and he gets back to cooking. Is there anything else you guys want to say or add?
No.
I'm just watching the drama at this point.
The dinner goes on, food laid out, bellies filled, and near the end of it, there's this light buzzing off of Yorika. If any of you touch it, come close to it, you feel static, shock you. But it doesn't feel unpleasant. It's like a almost attractive electrocution, a numbing feeling that you kind of want to sink into, but, you know, it's electricity.
We'll text. Are you alright?
I'm fine.
No one in the history of ever has ever been fine when they say they're fine.
I'm not fine. I just need them to be gone first.
Gotcha.
The dinner wraps up. Small chats are had, small goodbyes. The Spider Clan will bow to the lot of you. In turn, the rest of the Tokugawas bow back. Thank you for the dinner, Lord Masato-sama. It was very delicious. Thank you for raising our efforts here. Always. And they make their way back to their rooms here in the embassy. The holograms who are not present fade as they go back to what they were doing in Japan. And the Tokugawa family is left with the cleanup. All eyes on Yorika for a moment.
I'm checking the area. Where's any potential little left behind shenanigans?
You can
I
make a
don't
perception
trust
check.
this shit for shit. Yeah.
Or investigation, I suppose. Either ones.
Okay. I'm gonna add an inspiration die to that. Yeah. Fuck yeah. Hello? Oh, muted. Okay.
Apologies, I'm back.
Hi. I got 21.
21. That's pretty good. Quick roll.
Oh god.
Check the area. Scanning with... I'll ask, are you using any of your special scanners or abilities, or just looking around,
Yeah.
investigating the area?
Any kind of electrical thing popping off, like if I could use computer stuff.
No signals that don't
Uh,
that aren't supposed to be here. You know, like Yorika's phone, your HUDs. Nothing electronic was left behind. So do a bit more scanning, see if there's just any objects or things left behind. You don't find anything. You don't see anything tucked away under the table or under the chairs or on the walls. Looks like everything they came in with, they took out as well.
There was the end of it.
Him doing this is very much him looking like he's helping cleaning.
Mika's going to cast a spell. She has locate plants, animals and plants. Is there a spider in this area?
Can you ping that spell?
Sure.
Was this creature or plant of that kind within 5 miles, if any are present? There is a spider on Yutaro.
Mika's gonna walk
On
over.
On him.
What the hell?
Mika's gonna walk over and burn her uncle
God.
in order to kill the bug.
How are you doing this?
You just like taps him on the shoulder, like good job. Like she didn't mean to do it, you know.
Mm-hmm. There's sizzle, the smell of burning fabric, and he goes, "Hey, watch it. These are nice clothes." And you do not feel that there is a spider in this room anymore.
Are there any spiders within 5 miles?
Oh, for sure, plenty.
God. Yeah, absolutely.
You give me like the next closest one. Is it like out the door or something?
Yeah, probably somewhere in the hallway.
I wish I had this in real life. Okay. I'm just gonna start hunting spiders from now on.
You weren't already doing that.
The spider genocide. Thank you for helping with the cleanup, Tommy.
Of course. It was an excellent meal. Thank you for inviting me. Or having me.
Nods. Long is kind of just glancing between everyone here. And then he knocks his head to the side and looks over at Yutaro. You and Takara, you know, back in the day, still are. He opens his mouth to say something witty immediately, but bites his tongue.
Thank you, Uncle.
On and off. On and off. Yeah, that's what it was giving. What does that mean? Really? Nothing. Just a hunch. So anyway, you and Hiroshi, y'all, on and off? She, like, holds her face, trying to almost, like, fight back the redness, but it sticks to her. She, like, buries her head in her hands. No. I mean, no. Why we almost switch up the answers? My question. Like, what was
I was gonna say that. I mean, a little crazy there.
Oh, no. Me and Hiroshi. No, we have never been a thing or done anything like that. No. I was just curious. See, I can be a romantic when I'm invited to, and then he smiled at you. It's crazy. That's all I'm saying. That's maybe does he want to? Is what it sounded like to me. She buries her head further in her hands, like, please shut up. My fault. You're considering his offer, aren't you? Akihiko asks. Yeah? I mean, I can't just tell him no without, reason.
The reason could just be no.
Oh, but... She sighs. You can make an insight check.
Awesome. With my incredible insight skills.
Mika can also make an insight check if she's...
Thank God.
If she's studying Yorika at all.
May I do so with advantage, seeing as this is my child?
Oh!
Yes.
Really? Okay, thank you.
I'll allow it this once.
You didn't even need it.
Amount.
God, that's crazy. What's +7 for?
Actually, accidentally added historian. It's 3
Ah.
from Geki.
It's not hard to tell for Tommy. It's pretty obvious that she's considering saying yes. That's very clearly it's not something she's just writing off. It's almost like she's trying to find a reason to say no.
No,
Mika.
he's remembering her asking them to be all nice.
Mm-hmm. Mika, you remember that Yorika has a crush on Hiroshi. They are very close friends. They've been friends since childhood. They went to school together, in fact.
Oh, okay.
You know that she's not lying, at least as far as you're able to discern, that her and Hiroshi were never a thing. But you know Yorika definitely wanted them to be at some point. There's at least 1 or 2 conversations where Yorika and Mika have had the... Who's your, Prince Charming? Who are you trying to marry? What's your ideal husband? And in that conversation, Yorika pretty much described Hiroshi. And then when called out for it, rejected and denied it completely. Cut to her now.
Mika opens her mouth and then closes. And looks at Tianlong like she's a little bit worried he's here, but just nah, he should be here anyway to hear this. She says, can we talk a little bit about all of this? And take the pressure off of Yorika for a second to let her process the complex emotions.
Everyone in the room breathes out a collective sigh. Right. They did not make this proposal out of the goodness of their hearts. He looks over to Yutaro. They're trying to see their way, weave their way into our family. Why now?
It could be the case that Hiroshi had a prophetic dream. That he's not shared. Which leads me to what I was about to say. I feel like I should share now that we're alone. Hopefully there's no one spying on us at this exact moment. I had a dream.
Yorika looks over to Miko. Tialon just leans back a little bit more to Tommy, like, this shit is getting crazy.
And the Lunar Emperor informed me that there was such a ritual that could be performed prior to this conversation, and that there were other methods of arriving at finding out how to perform it.
Huh.
She looks.
What
Sorry.
did the Lunar Emperor... Why did he show you this? Was it a warning that we should not take up the Spider Clan's offer?
It was quests of sorts.
A quest to do what?
Make a Jinchuriki. And make them a follower of Tsukuyomi.
Yutaro, like, smacks the side of his temple, like he realized something. Ah. That's what that dream was about. Okay, this makes a lot more sense.
Additionally, the other places that it is located are the Siberian Ritsar Grand Temple and this organization called the Lycanthrope Legion.
Shugo frowns at the mention, as is Tianlong.
Never heard of them, or I don't remember hearing them.
They're part of the New Romans, so not surprised. Crime Lord Legion type beat. Shugo adds to that. That is the propaganda that the New Romans circulate. The Lycanthrope Legion are one of the New Roman legions made entirely of lycanthropes. I know, self-explanatory. But it is one of their strongest. It is... He puffs out flames. They are one of the fiercest legions on this planet. Even during the day, they are still considerably powerful. At night, they could topple a city with one legion alone.
And you have to do what with them?
But they have knowledge on how to perform the ritual. But
I see.
the main reason I want the ritual, or want this to be able to perform the ritual, is I want to remove what's inside of our commander.
One second, pause. I need to think about that.
That's what I was told.
Yeah.
I could do.
Wait, repeat what you said one more time for my brain. 'Cause
Mika said the main reason I want the ritual is to remove what's inside our commander.
I. Why would you say that aloud when comms are on.
Mika has told Akihiko knows because he was there. Tialong knows because he was there. Did Mika tell Shugo during the family meeting conversation where they were in the briefing room?
Yes,
Yes. Okay.
I'm pretty sure she did.
You didn't know this too.
That was one of the reasons she wanted him to be there.
Yeah. Okay. I was like, who in this room doesn't know this yet? That's what I was like trying to remember. Okay. Just Yorika.
It's really less that, and it's more so her saying this shit when comms are on.
Shrug emoji. Tommy's really good at net running. Does Tommy want to do a hack? Just scrub.
Yes. I mean, if anything, he's just like, Raven,
You make a computer's intelligence or computer's dexterity check.
It kind of just needed to be said though.
Yeah.
Even if that was the risk, like I didn't want to like dance around that.
As soon as you hear it, your neuroaware overclocks, and you're able to, within a microsecond, before the signal fully transmits, just shut down all the HUDs in this room, leaving only your own with any memory of what happened.
Incredible. Okay.
What did Mika say? Mika said, I want to use the ritual to get rid of the thing that's inside our commander.
Yeah.
Everyone shares glances, except for Yorika, who just gives her a huh expression. Huh. Do we know if this will work?
I tend to believe gods when they tell me something is true.
The Lunar Emperor said so, we must trust his word. Learning this ritual could prove crucial in more ways than one then. There is a chance Yorika could learn it. Akihiko adds.
I would want to share whatever we learned with the resource as well. Sorry, Akihiko.
Want to share a sealing ritual with the Rizos?
Well, they already possess the information. It would be the only fair trade back to them, giving us the information.
Just making like side-eyeing, looking at Tian Long, like, how do you think Barrier's gonna
Oh, it's just
take this intel?
super squinty-eyed at Mika. Like, I don't
Ooh.
Alright. So, you want to use the sealing ritual for that, but you don't want to use it to make a Jinchuriki.
I would like to do that, but that's far less important than our commander.
I'll go again.
No, you don't. But I'm sitting here like, is that a wisdom save from Akihiko? Probably, yeah.
Putting her commander over her husband.
Ooh. Logic brain wins today. But yeah, that could have really hurt his feelings. And we could gain this information. The Retsars directly. We would not need the Spider Clan.
Exactly.
He just kind of glances past to Tian Long and Tommy.
Tommy's gonna refer to Tian Long on this one because he's gonna have more information on this shit than him.
Lets out a long drag of orange and red smoke. Yeah, it's plausible. I can make no such guarantees that we'd share that knowledge with anyone, or even use whatever this ritual is if I could figure out exactly what it is. Typically,
Is it possible
barrier.
we could have... Sorry, I thought you were done talking.
Barrier typically takes care of sealing great beasts or more powerful things like that himself, and Rift takes care of the portals. If there's a ritual like that, it's probably not in use. It's probably just something in the archives. Or maybe one of the other knights does use it. I just wouldn't be able to tell you who. I cannot promise we can get you this, but
Maybe
I
there's
could
some
ask
sort of...
somebody else, maybe.
Well, I'm not expecting you to simply give it to me. I think it'd be a good idea to have some sort of negotiation over it, rather than just handing it over, you know?
Before a kind of negotiation can be set, I think we need to figure out if that is even plausible.
That's fair enough. I don't like the idea of working with the Spider Clan. I don't hate them or anything. It's just I'm suspicious of their behavior during that entire lunch. I didn't really understand why they came all this way just to make a marriage proposal.
Well, as they said, if we're to take them at their word, they're here because they're replacing the troops.
He throw
Hmm.
crumples a little.
Where's the lie?
Is it giving they definitely volunteered themselves so they could be here and be more engaged in literally everything happening politics-wise? Yeah.
That is. Yeah, that's likely what happened.
If I had to guess, they were inserting their own troops here so they could spy on the situation and keep the Shogun in the know.
Probably all of the above.
So y'all are y'all's ops the Spider Clan and the Shogun then? Is that what's happening here? Dylan just glances between everyone. Everyone is silent.
Spider Clan are just nosy. They're like the good kid in school or whatever, tattling on the other students.
Good. I very much would not say good.
Right.
The goody two shoes, if you would.
Not that.
Well, in terms of pleasing the Emperor, they are goody two shoes. Arguably.
It's brown.
Mhm.
Hugo speaks up. We cannot trust them. But we also cannot be seen as opposing the Spider Clan. This dinner was a bad showing. We are trying to lower their guard against us.
that didn't feel like what was happening.
He puffs out more flames. Target is always so shrouded. Yutaro. You need to figure out exactly why it is that Nanako is here. If she came for this matter, then it is likely she is trying to weasel her way into the Dragon Clan's weakened state. But if she was sent here and capitalized on the opportunity, then I believe it is the Shogun who we must be more concerned with. I'll see what I can learn. Long, Tommy, if we can get our hands on this ritual, possess this knowledge, it could serve us in the long run more than I believe anything else we have in our arsenal. We do not have sealing jutsus on this scale. Only the Shimotos do. And they cannot be everywhere at once. If the Dragon Clan had something like this, thinks it could be quite the edge. Long opens his mouth to say something, but bites his tongue. Opens his mouth to say something again, and then bites his tongue. I'll ask around.
We can look into it.
Me? Tianlong?
Yeah.
Thank you for coming.
This was very fun, very entertaining. What was your dream though? I'm looking at Yoriko. I heard a bunch of haikus, and she's like rubbing her temples. I didn't understand any of them except for two of them. Huh.
What were the ones you understood?
New Moon. It's the name of it. Thinks. The abyss hungers. Monsters blight homes with bloodlust. Pride bites soon. Or, pride bites tomorrow.
Spooky.
Yeah, I don't know what it means either. Trying to remember the other one. Caught in spider's web. Death looms over friend and foe. A crown for a life. Put in sat
Yeah.
hunts, it's easier to look at.
Did Mika canonically figure out what the prophecy was around Yorka and stuff like that? Or was that out of character?
The prophecy from the Norns?
Yes, I believe so.
Yeah, Mika could have. If you believe she could have canonically figured it out, then yes.
Is smarter than I am. That's very foreboding as usual.
Do we know of anyone who understands those languages that we could show this to? You could translate the rest.
Probably Willow.
Willow-sama.
Well, I've mentally saved the recording of his recollection of it. Was that exactly what you heard as well?
Well, I understood it. The rest of the stuff, the other thing, poems, I guess it kind of sounded like this, yeah.
Okay. And we can, I'm assuming with everyone's consent here, show her, get that translated.
It's the next full new moon.
Answers, but I don't have the answer offhand.
A little
Not
over,
tricky.
little over a week from now. Be the next new moon.
So maybe the next new moon. If I had to guess what this is saying. The abyss hungers. Monsters blight homes with bloodlust. Perhaps this is talking about the spiders in the Reetsars. And the pride perhaps is speaking of either a Treplico or the Zaki.
I was leaning more on the Zaki for the entirety of it, if that's the warning given, but I don't know how that would relate to your dreams. It feels as an odd prophecy.
The pride. Word pride makes me think it's a Treplica.
As pride makes you think about Replica.
Out of character. Pride is the one inside of who again? I don't remember.
Should I beat you?
We know the person with, yeah, we know the one who's being inhabited by pride, and they're in Russia. Perhaps this is a warning about the spiders about to attack.
They'll stew on that for a bit.
And the second half would make sense.
If these are warnings from the Lunar Emperor, they must be heeded. It adds. I think we should prepare. Tialong knocks his head back, letting out another drag of smoke up into the sky. We can be on alert that day, next new moon, but unless we find something more than a vague prophecy like this, can't really do much to prepare the city.
Can we look for spider bites? See if there's anything more to it.
Every
Maybe
night.
Cordelia.
Go on. Are you done?
We could just said maybe Cordelia can have a look at somebody bitten.
Somebody bitten by a spider?
Yeah.
Huh.
What's the connection there?
Maybe there's something to do with this bloodlust and being bitten.
I think you're getting a little abstract, Mika.
I think I'm being literal. The opposite of abstract.
Taking from the poem in that way, I mean.
The Abyss Hungers. That's talking about Queen. The Arachnid Queen. Here. Puts his tongue in his cheek. Monsters blight home with bloodlust. I mean, unless they're talking about the actual blight. Betting that just means monsters are gonna come fuck some shit up. Pride bites tomorrow. That's just got me fucked up.
Yo.
Hi, we're RPing.
Saludos.
Hello. I just want to tell Sam to look at his DMs real quick. It's a little pertinent. Just am I good to lock it in?
I hope you're getting seats that aren't ass, but yes, I can do that.
I got the best seats available for the cheapest price available.
Yeah, that's good with me.
Alright, sounds good. Thank you, have a good night.
Take it easy. Full moon one. Yeah, that's the one that's got me fucked up.
Do we think having context over the entirety of the dream may give us a better clue? Or these are individual?
I don't know. What do you think, Mr. Avatar of the Lunar Emperor?
Mika was gonna say the same thing. She was already looking at him.
My instinct tells me this is a warning. That this pride is going to bite tomorrow. We should be expecting either the prideful one to make a move tomorrow or the Zaki. The Zaki seems unlikely to concern the Lunar Emperor currently as it stands, so I'm assuming it is going to be the prideful one.
Right.
Tomorrow is... well, I'm iffy. If it means literally tomorrow after the dream was given, or tomorrow after the new moon, or if the new moon is just the title, does not relate to the time.
My guess would be that it's after the new moon.
Caught in a spider's web, death looms over friend and foe, a crown for a life. It's a trap. A trap where friend and foe are in danger. A crown for a life. Utero. Hit us with your best intelligence check. I Can't quite tell what that means. But perhaps someone will have to relinquish their power, give up their crown to save one of these people.
Mika frowns and looks to Yorika.
She breathes out slowly. I don't know. Those all sound like pretty good interpretations. I didn't even think the dream really was anything. I just felt it was weird.
Would you mind? He kind of like looks at everyone, but kind of focuses on Yurika, explaining why the Spider Clan would refer to. My brain is already forgetting his fucking name. Hiroshi so seriously.
Referring to him? You deferring to
Seeing
him?
when he spoke. Yeah, deferring to him.
He's the heir. He's a vessel. It's pretty great. She just smiles a little. And
You sound so bad.
sounds like he's also Moon chosen. Yutaro
Forgive
nods
me
a little.
if this interpretation is harsh, but his ambition to seal a celestial is a bit of a concern in my mind. I don't know what it would take necessarily to do that, but if it was something that he had to make a sacrifice for, I have the feeling that he would do it.
I don't think so. He said he wouldn't do it unless the thing was willing. Or he thought he could handle it. I know this is gonna sound. I don't think Hiroshi's a bad guy. I think his mom's a bitch and fucked up. You see Akihiko and T-Long both just kind of go like, yeah? Like, true.
Tommy just nodding like, yeah. Facts, they're spitting facts.
You know, I don't think he's like her. She
You would know him better.
kind of plays with her hands a little. Nervous now more than anything. You can
Mika,
make insight
Sorry.
checks again.
Okay, with my solid insight. Another, what was it? 10? Let's go another 10. Okay, 16. I'll take 16.
cousin.
You
I
can both
see you.
you can both tell she feels like she's under a lot of pressure in this moment. Like she's it's almost like she has a lot that she wants to say, but she's holding back.
Mika is gonna put her hand over Yorika's regardless of if she gets shocked or not, and says, Yorka, I think you should take some time to think about this. And we can talk about this one-on-one before you come to any decision if you want. I support whatever you want to do.
Really?
Yeah.
Apologies for making assumptions on his behalf. It's more of a concern about his mother pulling strings than anything.
What would this be?
Low-key side glance at you, Terrell.
I want all of you to make history, arcana, or religion. Take your pick. DC is 16. History, arcana, or religion.
I got it.
History.
I rolled a 4.
Religion. They're all the same. Lamau. What did you roll?
A 16.
Oh my god.
Thought it was
Alright,
a
I'll do history. Woo!
Just made it.
Just made it. 1 second. In this moment, as that comment is made, Tommy, you remember. Your logs almost like triggering a cross-reference that just brings it to the forefront of what you're thinking about. Mika, you feel, again, a nostalgic wind pass through the room. It moves your hair a little, but it doesn't seem to affect anyone else. The wind and the logs carry the same message. Fine silk the lunar spiderling weaves. A blessing it is, but beware of his mother's venom.
Yeah. Yeah. Uh-huh. I was gonna ask, like, I could not remember if Tommy had been present for that. To be like, why are we making an enemy of them when you actively need their silk and shit? Like.
Now that, you remember, is an Insight Knight's warning for Mika's rating.
Mm-hmm.
That passes by
That's
your
so
mind.
valid in Tommy's vibe check. my subconscious bringing this in. Yahoo!
Erika looks at Mika expectantly. There's this like small, almost desperate hopefulness in her eyes. She fidgets a little bit more with her fingers. I do want to marry him. Well, I guess marry's a big word. But we have all these duties we need to do. Wouldn't it be smarter to, make a friend out of them instead? I know they hurt you, looking over Takahiko, and I don't know what I could really do to help with that. But that's her. Not Hiroshi. I don't think he deserves to get punished for her bullshit. I don't think he's a villain. But I think all of you want him to be. And I think that might be clouding your judgment.
What would you have us do?
Again, you see her kind of like clam up a bit. I don't know. I mean, He said he's willing to see if it works out. And she looks at Mika and then turns her head over to Tianlong. You two want to be the Avatar?
Mika shakes her head.
If you're looking to be supported, you'll be supported.
Hugo takes a seat, finally, and is just stewing in this, thinking this over.
Tommy's gonna send the clip to Shugo, specifically.
Clicks his HUD, which had been turned off, kind of just like
Mm-hmm.
blinks a few times at why his HUD was turned off, but he turns it back on. Checks the message. Right. Your insight knight tried to warn us about the lunar spiderling bringing blessings, but the mother's venom being a danger.
I'll send the whole quote, not just that one piece.
No one is alone in grief. Not you, not the spiderling, and not its mother. It takes a nurturing and generous soul to show hope to a grieving one. Not always do grieving souls wish to be mothered, befriended, or supported. If the Insight Knight's warnings are to be believed in their entirety, then the best way to avoid Takara's fury would be to proceed along with this proposal. Looks up to Yutaro. I already told you what I think. If there is justice that needs to be delivered, then deliver it, brother. But I think we could still make something out of this that works in our favor. By ignoring the injustice that has been done. Yes, by ignoring it. Because if we choose to address it, looks over to Yorika, looks over to everyone at this point. Who else are we going to lose? That causes a twitch in Shugo's eye. Just feel the space around him warbling with pressure. Look, yo! Clearly got beef. The Spider Clan. So, I mean, just put this on the table. I don't really got no problems with Master Kumo. Personally at least, right? But I truly, on principle alone, I can't really support any Spider Clan dick suck. That's just me though, right? Like I won't be doing it, but y'all are welcome to make your own decisions, right? Like, turns over in his seat, puts kind of like a hand on Yorika's chair. Listen, cousin, if you want to marry this dude, and you think he's a good dude, and you don't think he's gonna fuck you over, unless you want him to, then go for it, right? That's your life. Silently, he texts Tommy, and we can get married and get this going.
Bro.
You
Just like thumbs up emoji.
think it's a good idea? I did not say that. I said if you want to do it, I support you. What, you'd support me making a bad
think you
idea?
fit.
Oh, definitely not. I just think that this one bad idea, not in general, but this specific one. Hey, go for it. If there's any bullshit that comes up because of this, if there's any, trickery afoot later, I'd win. She rubs her temples again.
Can I? So it's like, ultimately, I leave it up to you, Yorika. If this is what you want to do, I'll support you.
Well,
I think you fit the nurturing and generous soul bit.
please. I don't think that was talking.
Why not?
I don't know how nurturing and generous I really am. How would the Insight Knight know how generous and nurturing I am? I think that's talking about somebody else. It has to be.
I recall you not too long ago mentioning how we should be kinder to them.
Yeah, because
Fostering a more...
they're here having dinner with us and trying to, I don't know, work with us. Everyone's really quick to dismiss them.
Besides you.
I guess by comparison, yeah, I'm pretty nurturing and generous or whatever. Smiles a little and rolls her eyes.
To be fair, though, none of us know them quite like you do. A little bit.
I don't really
A
know
little bit
them. Just Hiroshi.
I don't even know Hiroshi that well.
All you did was read.
Emotional damage.
Can I make a suggestion?
Yes, actually, she turns, faces Tommy. I want your opinions. Actually, you're the least involved in all of this. Is this stupid? Am I dumb for wanting to marry this guy?
I think he just the sudden whip around attention and just makes him pause for a second and then just laugh like that, that's the tension building in the air. His reaction to that is just to laugh at it because yeah, it's tense. It's wild. It's insane time right now. I mean, sorry. You know him best. Do you support him in his endeavors? And his goals?
I want to. At least. Oh, I guess I don't really know all of his goals, just some of them. A little bit we've talked.
But the ones that you do, you want to support him.
She nods.
He turns to Mika. Sounds like you two are planning on spending more time doing this research and whatnot together. So have Yoga involved.
Mika, this small, like, slightly evil smile across their face, and she says, "That's a good idea."
Wait, research? Researching what? What, like reading books and stuff?
Not all research is reading books.
Okay, what, like looking at microscopes?
Are you wanting to have the power of some other entity in you at some point? What was the name for it again? Jura something?
Jinjuriki.
Jinjuriki. Do you want to be one, actually? With him?
The with him part makes her smile and blush a little bit more. Sounds... Yeah, I mean, that sounds pretty cool. Also sounds like a lot of responsibility.
Anything you do is gonna add responsibility.
I think there's something else you might want to think about, which is it might be difficult to be the avatar of Amaterasu and balance that Jinjuriki, if at all even possible.
Tianlong opens his mouth to say something, but then closes it. I don't see a problem with doing both. It's just, I don't know if me, like taps her chest, like me, I don't know if I could restrain, powerful beast like that. Whenever I summon my Shikigami, I usually get a bunch of cramps all over for like a couple seconds. Imagine just having that thing inside me all day.
Maybe we could do some training to find out. That could be a good point of first research.
Could be a good means of seeing how in control he is, like he claims he can.
Also, it'd be a great way to get to know him again.
She huffs out flames. Okay. Yeah, let's do that. She looks around the room again. She still seems very... It looks like she feels she's out of place. But seriously though, are you all still plotting on killing all of them? Tianlong is just like, blink, blink.
Wait, yeah, were we part of this meeting? I forget.
Crimson Sky? I don't think so.
Yeah, there's a blink blink from Tommy as well, then.
Not anytime soon. Perhaps never.
Her making that claim so confidently is wild.
Okay. I want to try and make this work. Could you all please try and make this work too?
Alright. Mika slumps it back in her chair, and looks at her father, and says, "I'll help him."
T-Long
I'm
messages
still gonna
Tommy.
need,
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
but I'm still gonna need to figure out how to do that ritual.
T-Long kind of turns in to see a little, glancing over at Tommy. Texts him. You still want to help them figure this out too? Or do you want to help them figure this out too? Or
I don't know if my want is the important factor here.
Did Long say that out loud?
no, he texted Tommy.
No,
That.
these are private texts. These are
Mhm.
DMs.
I care what you want. No diss to them, but I do not have to do any of the shit.
He can. I got from like just like the pause that he's taking. He can tell just because he knows Tommy so well. Tommy's probably thinking about all of the long term, short term, midterm effects of helping or not helping. Like he's just running through it all.
He cuts through. Do you want to kill her?
Yeah. But if this works, this could be helpful to know.
If this marriage proposal goes well and they both get their Jinjurikis, you still want to kill her?
I don't know.
Burn that bridge when we get to it.
Yeah.
I'll do what I can to help out with this. I'm not really sure how much Gaijin can get accomplished. Yutaro kind of cuts him over and can continue. You're not a Gaijin. Start acting like a Tokugawa. You can see on T-Long's face, he's not sure whether to be annoyed or endeared by that. He's just kind of looking at him suspiciously.
Tommy will DM him. That's a compliment from him.
Day I start acting like a Tokugawa, everyone in this bitch gonna have a problem. So for now, I'm the Dragon Knight. I'm also Tokugawa T-Long. And I'll help you out with this. If there's something the Restarts can do to make your research into this a little smoother, maybe someplace you gotta get to. Have me and Tommy be escorts. We'll move barriers, make sure you get this shit done. Okay, Yeah. thank you. Looks over at Takehiko. And no, you don't want to. You don't You don't have to be close to them. Akihiko has been very stoic throughout most of this dinner. At that comment, there's a flash of, like, anger that he then immediately chokes back with a playful smile. If it will make you happy, Yorika-chan, I will support you as well. He nods to him. Oh my god, I have to break up with Cyrus.
Kika offers a silent thank you, Tsukuyomi.
Oh man, curving Weisel Cyrus is top tier funny. Actually, can I be there when you do that? Like from a side, like really, you know, like off, you know.
Shit.
I kind of just want to see that reaction, high key. No. I'll take care of that too, at some point.
At some point.
You see Tialong open his mouth to say something witty again, and he bites his tongue and looks at Tommy like,
I have one more thing to say, and I would like to go talk to you, Akihiko, for a second. I received a prophecy a while ago that might have to do with what we're talking about. Just want everyone to keep that in mind, so we're all on the same page. Prophecy was, I see a dragon with blue scales and a spider with a flaming webs burning the depths of the earth. Their proud cries light the very stone on fire and threaten to burn Yggdrasil's bark. The flaming spider throws the blue dragon into a net and promises to free her when the coven needs feeding. The blue dragon roars and vanishes in a spark from Thor's anvil. I believe this to be Yorika.
me?
And that
So
combined
probably
with the
today.
prophecy.
Sorry, ignore me.
That combined with the most recent prophecy leaves me concerned for your well-being.
Why me? What did I do?
I don't think it's about something you did.
She like rubs her temples again. I hate prophecies. Spiders are coming after me? Like,
Or maybe you're about to walk into a trap.
he huffs out flames. I hate this.
You can hate it all you want, but I think the best way to deal with it is to prepare. Train.
Okay. Yeah, Yeah. If something coming for me, then should I get a bodyguard?
I would recommend it, yes.
Dad, I cannot go with you everywhere, Yorika. Shogun has us doing things. Mika.
You can tag along with me whenever you're free if you want.
Now I feel like a third wheel.
Maybe you could spend some of that time training with me. She's good.
I mean, yeah, but when we're not training, who's gonna be my bodyguard then? Like, what if they come grab me in my sleep or something?
Maybe you better hurry up and get married.
She grumbles again. Looks over. Or maybe I could get a Ritsar assigned to me?
I don't think that's how it works.
When you're a Jinjuriki, yeah. You'll be counted as a vessel then.
True.
Just say you hate me.
But that would be a lie. If you want, I can prepare your room with potential alarms. So you're not just caught off guard.
I mean, yeah, I'll take any extra protection you can offer.
He knows. More than happy to do it. If you want to take it a second level and be treated as a vessel, we can get you a little tracker of some kind to keep on you. In case you do go missing randomly.
She doesn't like that idea as much.
It's not so bad.
I just won't, go out into the middle of nowhere during a new moon or whatever.
Okay, but what if you kept on just like an air tag during a full or new moon, just in case?
Sure,
Just put 'em up
Tommy.
or something.
But if you want to chip me so bad, you can chip me during a new moon.
Just
Only
take
new
precautions.
moons. And the day after.
And the day after.
Thank you for easing my worries. He smiles at her.
He smells back. She relaxes a lot more. Okay. Shugo stands. We should all rest on these deliberations and we'll reconvene with the family after New Year's. Believe Kana should also be made aware of these arrangements. And I still need to decide if this is what's best for our family. Let us get some rest.
And Mika talk to Akihiko for a second. Or
If
stop.
no one else has anything to say, yeah, the room will clear out. People going their separate ways. Jutaro and Yoriko would just be staying here in the embassy itself.
Mika would ask if he could go on a 5-mile run with her.
A 5-mile
Very specific.
run.
Very specific.
Yeah, he'd go on a 5-mile run with her.
During the run, just around the embassy, Mika would say, "Are you alright? You seemed a little cranky." Did I upset you with my comment about Templar?
I guess at face value, yes. It wasn't good to hear, but I understood why you said it. I can always figure out how to become a Jinchuriki myself. I don't need the Spider Clan or werewolves or the Ritsars.
No, we're going to do it.
Going to use this ritual?
We'll use the ritual. But we don't need to get it to the spider. Do that.
Right. Yes. The Tsukuyomi's orders, right.
Mm-hmm. I think the retards is probably the most reliable way.
And then our Emperor's orders. Yes, we should look into that some more. No, Yorika's words moved me, I guess. That I'd villainized the entirety of the clan. They've done. Hiroshi is younger than me. He would not have known or even been aware of what happened to me. Does not have to share the same guilt. I don't think I can make peace with her. I'm surprised Tommy can. At least seemed like he might.
Tommy doesn't exactly wear his feelings on his sleeve. It's hard to say.
Breathes out through his nose. Yeah. And I've been given a lot to think about. I feel a bit relieved, honestly, that Hiroshi and Takara were here to, and Nanako were here to make a proposal for your hand. I was not aware Yorika and Hiroshi were so close.
I'd honestly forgotten.
What do you make of all this? Think
Spider Clan?
Spider Clan, them trying to make peace, or I'm almost inclined to believe that they did receive a prophecy, that they were shown some fate where Crimson Sky takes place. They're trying to prevent it from happening. Or perhaps put us in such a position that if we ever tried, they could capitalize in turn.
She nods and says, that was my suspicion as well. But I'm not going to allow my suspicion to get in front of Yorika. So we'll deal with that future when we come to it. One miracle at a time, I guess.
Punches his fist a little. I can't
I do.
trust them.
We won't. I want to add, I sometimes I will say something specifically not to play my hand. It's just good court politics. So, yes, I did want to use the ritual to give you powerful spirit. I didn't necessarily want to play my hand so that people could utilize my want against me. It's harder to manipulate you when they don't know what you want. But if I'm doing it for someone else's benefit, it becomes a little bit easier to persuade others. And I do actually want to do that for that reason. But I have a second, slightly almost more important reason. She bumps him. Obviously, like, joke, being a little bit like, what do you call it? She was underselling what she was actually saying.
Mm-hmm.
Being cheeky.
He tries to smile at that, but it's more of a flat smile than anything. Seems not dissatisfied, but uneasy by everything. He looks to her. He hugs her. I do not want to see the dragon clan purged. It frightens me to think just how comfortable my family was with them just before I did not have a family anymore. I do not know
Mika.
if Hiroshi carry out the same kind of approach. Takara still breathes. Nanako still breathes. She is still Lord Takara. She is still Master Kuno. It is not Hiroshi's desires or whims that matter.
Mika hugs him back and whispers extremely quietly. That's why we take care of it first.
Squeezes her tightly. On the bright side, it seems we have our third marriage arranged. That's just a matter of having the weddings.
I'm glad I don't have to worry about this anymore.
Me too.
Odds are I won't have to worry about mantling that sort of responsibility.
You have the new responsibility. Being our wedding. I believe your mother would probably have much to say on that.
Because eyes widen is like, she's like, oh yeah, I have to do that. There's like a moment of like, oh no, I have to do that. It's her as like she looks visibly stressed.
To think your mother is still able to impart such fear in you. It kinda is. does have quite the impression.
Once you get to know her, she is certainly the most frightening dragon in the family.
I am familiar. You really think? You really think this is what's best for us? Working with the Spider Clan.
I have faith in that. Even if it isn't, we'll figure it out. Every day we get stronger, and every day the aliens get closer to invading. Whatever happens, I'm sure by the end of it, we'll either be strong enough to put things back together, or we'll have forged something stronger than what was there before.
His smile grows a little to that. And he kisses her. We will make it so.
I'm glad Tommy and Tianlong came.
Same. Tianlong is funny. I can see why the two of them get along very well. Oh, I could also see that they were messaging each other. Was
They were
curious,
uncomfortable.
curious to know what commentary they had with each other.
She shakes her head. Hopefully, they're able to help us in getting that ritual so we can actually help. You know who.
Yeah. We have plans in motion. See them through.
So, what is this like domain expansion thing people keep talking about? Okay, trail off.
I still remember the first domain expansion in the fucking manga. Anyway, they continue their run. Is there anything else? Doesn't sound like it. Alright. Then, without further ado, we can leave the RP here. Much to deliberate on, much to consider.
Yahoo.
Will you guys make the right moves? Will you make the wrong moves? Will you make the worst moves possible and still come out on top? Will you make the best moves possible and somehow fuck it up?
Yes, the last one.
I guess we'll have to find out next time on Hunter Killer.
Hey.
Take it
I need
easy,
my
man.
reward point.
Literally tomorrow.
Yes. Post your Bushidos.
Which Bushidos?
Well, the Amaterasu ones are still the Amaterasu ones.
Do I need to make a separate Tsukuyomi one?
No, you don't need to track his. It's just that's what
Okay.
he expects from you. I think courage, duty, and loyalty.
Yeah, I'd agree.
Take your 2 Bushidos.
Yay!
And
Almost to under 30.
hell yeah. And would you both like to take an inspiration die, or one of you gain a hero point?
Do you have any hero points, Champ?
I have 1.
You can take a hero.
Aw. Thank you.
Welcome.
You need it more than me. how you roll sometimes.
For real, the way I've been rolling but Roll20 has hated me lately.
For real. Alright. We'll see y'all next time on Hunter Killer. Bye.
What?